gems in here? That probably doesn't respawn. Oh no, there's a passport. It's another fake ID. On ribbon. I don't know the value of this. Yeah, they're not same date of birth. The same photo. This one also like has ID written here. And this one does not. I don't understand the significance of these passports. I mean, you think there's like a key for every single like thing in that room? There should be plenty of steps now to do whatever I want. I mean, are there even any doors? There's like one door here, one door here. Attic. That's pretty rare. Battery pack. I don't have the workroom this time though. This is the same. So this is the woman in the same chair. She's wearing the moon necklace. And there's this weird hidden path right here. Like, what the heck is this? How did I find that? Don't I already have the trophy room? have 2 trophy rooms. Alright, well, planetarium's an obvious choice. I'll be back though. I'll explore that room last. Empty green room, huh? Oh, 636. 6, 3, 6. Key card. Yeah, it doesn't help me. I guess I should have bought more keys. I should buy the showroom so I can keep 2 items at random. That seems reasonable. Oh, I almost forgot about the upgrade disc. I need to go back to security. I could also just open a bunch of things and maybe get a good message. But I kind of feel like I need to go all the way back. Chronograph. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. You're more likely to draw tomorrow rooms while drafting. You may rewind time after drawing. What the hell does that mean? It looks like it's random because I didn't get the moon pendant. May rewind time after drawing floor plans. I don't know what that means. But, I mean, I have no more rooms available, but... Oh well. Not what I wanted. Yeah, so let's do this now because I'm going to keep forgetting otherwise to use the upgrade. Also, keep forgetting to trigger the laboratory. Guest bedroom. Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool? Question mark. What? Quest bedroom. If you add the antechamber, if you enter the antechamber today, add 2 gold to your allowance. 2 rerolls. If you have the tomb on your estate today, gain an additional reroll. Wow, these are so weird. What the heck? These are so strange. So this just gives you a random effect of another bedroom. Which sounds honestly kind of bad. To your allowance if you enter the antechamber. Like, I don't know, this could trigger like master bedroom or the ladies' bedroom. What else would I get from here that I would want? Like, does the servants' quarters work for this? Yeah, it could trigger the red bedrooms. Yeah, this just seems not good. 2 rerolls is okay. Oh, it's an additional 4. So you get 6 rerolls if you take this. Interesting. I kind of like this one. Even though the one gives me allowance potentially. Alright. Can't tell if there's anything weird about that floor plan. That's the wrong click. Outside the reservoir. When I said the water level right, it means I can now cross this like immediately potentially and not have to go to the foundation. But the foundation is a really easy place to get to, so. Yeah, I wish I could just take one of these torches off the wall. Oh yeah, I have this one too. I forgot that this is another seal they just give you. Well, it's missing the outside, but that's fine. We know black. Yeah, and this door is just locked, so we can't get into the crypt. Just like in case there's something really fucking weird going on, I'm just gonna quickly check from this side to see if this room has changed at all. I don't see why this would, but Yeah. Still, like, not raised. And, like, get the office. I have the office, but I don't have the other room. I'll see if I can switch back to the night. Doesn't look like I can. Planetarium. And those are the 5 planets. Constellations. Oh, there's way more constellations. Oh yeah, it tells you all the combos are. That was key. Other notable night skies observed. 29th, first appearance of both Diamond Minor and Major in the same sky. 47 different constellation observed in a single night. 50 new constellation. Okay. Apparently something gets unlocked at 50 constellations. I think I have 11. So that'll be like a 12th constellation, right? Do these all like line up eventually? What's it? We call a day in the planetarium, yeah. Just so it's very clear the order of these. Those 2 planets look like they like clip each other a little bit. Two new rooms. What was the other new room I went to? Planetarium and what? Guess it counted the room in the basement as a new room. Oh, trophy room. Trophy room. It's funny I drew 2 trophy rooms today. I wonder if the red doors open immediately or if I have to actually draw the pump room first. Root cellar, shelter. Well, apparently this is crazy in the side room because it just gives me a room that's not even appropriate for this. So let's not do that. I feel like the trading post is the one that's most likely going to give me like new items. Fortunately, I'm starting to hit a point where it's like I'm running out of like the immediate obvious things I want to try, and I'm like, I might need to scour my notes to see if I can. I have like the 8 room. I do think that I need to like learn how to open all the antechamber doors. I think once I learn how to open all the antechamber doors, I might go for the day 1 and hour 1 trophies. But until then, I don't think there's any point because I don't think it's realistic for me to be able to actually get those achievements. Oh, hi. Hey, don't mind me. Some say the dead number among the guests of Mount Hollywood who have laid to rest in these beds. Okay. Coupon. Hmm. I wanted a 3-way room. I'm worried that I only like one door going on right now. Let me redraw. Yeah. Room like this. Like immediately get stuck. Okay. Yo, magnifying glass? Let's go. The queen room too. I already looked at all this stuff. Upgrade disc? Wow. Diary is locked. I don't know what that requires to unlock. Hold on that. Feeling lucky. I've been luckier. Diamonds. Diamonds. Ross, Apple, twins. Crazy. It does dead end that whole section though. Oh, this is my only room again. Yeah, just give me the passageway. Great. Do I even use this already? Sure. Oh, I need to walk back. Oh, I guess you don't need to draft it. You just need to be in your deck. Okay, aquarium. Oh, I get to choose the fish. Gold. Stars. Or a power source? Oh my god. These are so good. Holy crap. Basically any of these would be a really strong contender because the aquarium's a card that can get added to your deck like infinitely. So having a way to just draw like 10 aquariums, get 100 gold, that's super strong as a way to get a lot of gold. It's also a really good way to get a lot of stars. But then it's also like, but a power source is like removes the need of like trying to figure out how to get the stupid boiler to work. It like is a second boiler room. But you only know what the first one does, so it must be best. The extra money. Yeah. Well, gold seems at least important, except for apparently there's things that require you to have like 200 gold. And I'm like worried about like drafting, like upgrading a deck that like literally can't obtain that. Like I've gotten to like around 100. I think the most I've gotten was like 97 or something like that. But one of the achievements is to buy out the showroom. And that's like 200 gold. So it's like, I don't know, or maybe like 160. I do agree though, outside of that achievement, gold is like the least helpful. Especially like right now, I just have so much gold to buy stuff that like more gold just doesn't seem very important. Just get lucky at slots. Yeah, I guess I haven't really messed with slots too much. Maybe there is like a world where you can just do slots. Also, the getting 20 dead end rooms. I think it said it gives you 200 gold. I don't know if that gives you 200 gold like the next day or the same day, but that's like a one time, like maybe you can get it and knock two things out. Um, yeah, I don't know. The stars right now kind of feels best. It feels very awkward because it's like the power source is so cool. I It also doesn't help with money. Yeah, there's like one. There's like one. You get the coin purse, you basically get an extra 30% gold. There's a lot, but and then there's the coupon book, which makes basically no difference. It gives me an extra like 4 gold. I don't know. I've basically at this point have had every room powered, so I don't know if this actually really changes anything for me. It does add another gear, and technically, if I get a wrench, it means I can make the aquarium very common. I think I'm gonna go with stars. I don't know. Maybe this is a mistake, but stars feels very good. Like once you get a lot of stars, like the observatory starts giving you a lot of crap. I do want to get the swear to God, you're a different number, aren't you? Okay. I've seen this key, I've not opened it. Okay. So the vault is another room I would like to try to get to. Yes, clock tower. Okay, so I need to come back here in like 3 hours. Did I write that clock tower? Yeah, clock tower has swans. Don't really have any sense of what that means still. Or what that's like a fragment of. Yeah, but yeah, I'll just need to come back in like 3 hours. Oh, what I should do here, I forgot to interact with this thing. Keycard system, offline, or yeah, sure, low security. I'm getting kind of lazy about this. Unlock, confirm settings, back, menu, log in. Remote access. Lab. Yeah, the shelter is another interesting thing to access just because, like I said, it lets you potentially unlock all the doors. Each time you buy a security door, gain 3 gold for each red room. Gain a star. I can try this, I guess. Another furnace. I wish I had keys. Oh, office is good. Then I have security room, ladies' chamber, office, the nook, and yeah. So this lets me change to back to night. That's good. Security door. Unlucky. Rotunda. That's kind of nice. Wow, none of these rotate. This seems fine. Alright, yeah, there's still lock. So this must just spawn 2 lock chests, I guess. Doesn't do anything else. Oh, I should just buy keys in the locks. That's what I should be doing. Alright, boxes next to this box contain gems. Boxes next to this box contains gems. Boxes next to this box contain gems. I think it has to be the center one, because if this one's true, then those are both half gems. And this one's false, and these two are true, then this one, yeah. That's funny. They're all the same message. Showroom. Do kind of like the showroom, but I also don't like this just being a horrible dead end. Do need to go buy keys though. I don't even know how good this lockpick is. Like, is a lockpick gonna really unlock 3 doors for me? I'll try. I'm holding off on the special key because I'm gonna try to buy the special key later when more things are drawn. Nice, nice. Nice. So, okay, I got a door. No! What the fuck? Alright, so there's an item behind this door. And there's an item behind this door, and this door is the door. That's how it has to be. I got literally every wrong door with the pick lock. Unbelievable. I could check what these items are in the security room. That would at least tell me if it's like worth spending keys here. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Wow. Great room to rotate. 2 rooms that do not rotate. I guess I'll just take the cloister. More security rooms. Did I set security high? I think I meant to set the low. Which gives me keys, but blocks the path off. I think that's okay. Is that okay? Yeah, let's do it. Actually open the Great Hall doors. Because there's a chance that it's going to give me a security key. Whoa. Hello. I misread. It's the Great Hall, not the foyer. How have I literally never opened this door? Okay, hold on. Where is... Do I have a note about this? Still don't know where the one in the weight room is. There's greenhouse, broken lever, great hall lever. Well, unfortunately, I technically can get to the antechamber. But unfortunately, what I actually wanted was the security key. And I did not get that. Maybe I should just take archives. I don't think Commissar can sell the security key. Neither of these really help me very much. This is probably a dead end room, right? I don't know if these are like sorted. Either go down or up. This can have security key in it. It did not, but it could have. Oh shoot, I completely forgot about the clock tower. Damn it. Fuck. Out the clock tower again. Study, huh? Not really what I was hoping for. Like desperately trying to get the security key. I don't know if there's a room that like guarantees me. Okay. Let's get Oh, I don't have that book. I wanted the book on runes. Um, Curse of Black Bridge or the uncensored version of History of Arindia. Okay, let's get the uncensored book first. This is the vault, right? It has to be the vault. Good. Alright, what's the room I'm looking for? 233. Fortunately, I'm out of gems. Hello? Stack of money? Allowance coin? Gray Daniels. Compromised. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of fake IDs. Like, I don't know what to make of it. I can close this again if I want to. Does this put me over like 100 gold though? Drafting strategy number 5. I never found drafting strategy number 2. Which, like, at this point, I'm just pretty sure it's just in a room I haven't found, right? Dude, this sucks. I got the thing for bypassing security doors, and I just can't get any. Cannot get any. How many mechanical rooms have I drawn? 0? Yeah, 0. This is bad. Oh boy. This like has to be a dead end room. If this is dead end room, then that's just the end of it. Okay. Well. That count as bypassing a door. So there's that. But that's the end of that. I should go and try to buy from this locksmith. Funny. The funny that counts as bypassing the door. Going to the locksmith. I do have to go really like all the way around. Yeah, I completely fucked up and forgot about the clock tower, and I have to like wait another cycle. All right, what are you gonna make me? What weird key? Uninteresting. Any other shops? No. So I want to check any of these items in. Not really. I guess I can check the compass in so I stop drawing it. Make sure I can't just open this with... I wouldn't be surprised if that thing is just unopenable. Oh, there was a die here the whole time. I mean, I have a high chance of getting the coat check now, so I think actually putting a useful item is fine. Oh, I kind of forgot about this. I did hit twins. What are you gonna do with all these keys? Oh, I forgot about the trade room. I should have enough steps. Totally forgot that this was my side room. I almost certainly could have gotten the security key. I kind of goofed. Sledgehammer. Yeah, key card right here. Going between hallways is free. Can that like get me back? I don't think so. Gear wrench. Secret garden key. I feel like I should put this in. Key card could also be worth checking in. Yeah. The garden key or the key card are both really strong check-ins, I think. Secret garden just because it just gives me access to the end, but I guess it's not so poor. I just don't really need to go to the end anymore. I feel like key card actually is the play. Guaranteeing the key card is like so good because I can just get it every time. Okay, am I just screwed? Did I screw myself out of this? I think so. Oh well, I was gonna go down and change my buff back to the rook, but I finally got the rooms I needed, but I wasted way too much walking. And there's like no kitchen. Oh well. We'll have more opportunities. I kind of like screwing myself a little bit by not having the torch, like, ever. Grand Manor. Why is this manor grand? I don't know what made that one grand versus everything else I've done. Seems like it's got multiple endings. Um, there might be second credits. I wouldn't be too shocked if there's like a second credits. But I did manage to finally get credits earlier, so now we're looking for the deeper secrets. Schoolhouse. I never get it, but we'll keep going for it. It's literally an achievement, apparently. I just don't know if the achievement's hitting the 8th room, like hitting all 8 rooms, or if there's an achievement for hitting like going beyond the 8th room. That's an early library. Take it. All right. So we have the unedited full book. Cool. All right. Was once a name used in the designated realms. Water politics, nor commonly known for average citizens, memory flickers in the hearts of those who hail from the lands that it encompasses, and many of the elder generations in hushed circles still refer themselves as Arindians. Yet, we may not let the flame of our history dwell in the obscurity of whispered conversations, nor permit our leaders and enjoin us to abandon the name of our land. We must keep alive the embers of our past and preserve for them the generations to come. I mean, I think this entire thing was like redacted. History has marked the beginning of the first era, denoted as Adra, as the ascension of the first king Arinda, whose name Oris would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Oris was known before his coronation as the prominent merchant lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming. The surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sale receipts. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Oris was the first one, had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Oris, and by the end of the 1st century, the black banners of Rindia could be seen and fluttering in every hamlet and hostelry, along every thoroughfare from Oris all the way to Western Banks. A new kingdom had been born: Castle Urindia. Second era. It was the 4th king Merindia who split this vast domain into 3 equal shares, 3 realms for his 3 children. The eldest he granted the fields of the mountains, the mountains of his great grandfather, and the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift and called the new realm Arinda Ares, after the angelic paragon royalty Arinda. Okay, so that isn't a coincidence. All right. To the youngest, he bestowed upon the realm Arc Ares, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the elder brother's lot. The middle child, his only daughter, he gifted the southern region of Araja, the mystical realms of the ancestors, a land steeped in tradition, magic, and poetry of the old tongue. As the second era grew to a close, the three sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of the three distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the beautiful resources of the land and developed a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite their differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations through their lives and were known as for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation. In succeeding generation of their heirs continued that tradition, and the third era is defined by the construction of a vast network of railways that spanned the length of and breadth of the land, linking the northern mountains of Arc Aries to the southern shores of Araja. This development facilitated travel and commerce between the three realms, further strengthening the bond and laying the foundation for a promise of prosperous and bright future. A promise that would, unfortunately, as my reader will soon find, was not be kept. Fourth era. As the King Berinda Ares entered the fourth era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desolate III was a king who listened to the voices of all his subjects, from the most influential advisors to the humblest citizen. He was a king who was often seen amongst peoples, eating, drinking, conversing, a sight that shocked not only the gentry of the court, but the masses as well, who could scarce believe that they, as peasantry, would ever sup with the crown. This is like so funny. The redacted story here is like, I kind of expected this, but it's redacted in a way like that like completely flips this guy, right? Because in the redacted form, they basically make King Desolate like a drunkard who everyone hated and blah blah. And this one is like everyone's like, oh my god, he's so down to earth, and everyone was shocked that they would talk to him. And doesn't know as the king of the people, and it was therefore a surprise to no one when he made the decision to move the capital from the secluded mountains of Reddington to the public stage of Oris, leaving castle and court behind. The people were overjoyed by this choice, and the city welcomed the king with open arms and great fanfare. Yet not all were swayed so easily. There were those who viewed the king's conduct as becoming of his station, and were wary of how readily he could be persuaded by the tears and tales of the common folk. This dissenting voice planted a seed of discontent, which then took the root in the lawns of the gardens of the noble of Fen, who I have been instructed to say the grand city of Fen. Era Ruin. After the passing of King Desolate III, the fourth era came to abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died naturally in his old age, surrounded by his people in Oris, far away from the growing unrest among the western city of Fen. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the self-proclaimed Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a surprising number of supporters due to the fact that Desolate IV shared his father's good name but little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the Realms Regiment were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The Garden of Fen, once the center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield. The cries of the innocent echoed throughout the city streets, stained in red. The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by the neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forward to lend support, among them the general of the Northern Regiment, who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Learson to form a formidable army. Together they leveraged the political influence of and favors to persuade the realms of Arc Aries and Nuance to join their cause. However, even with the tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years and saw buried one in every 3 men. Prince Learson himself added another number to the casualty. However, even death he had won, Oris had fallen, and with it the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place red banners were hoisted in in honor of the fallen Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled their feudal lives to the south, forever exiled. Current era. Today, the realm inherited by the three Fen Ares, Arc Ares, and Araja once again stand united as allies. Though the distance between the peoples has grown, our connection to the land remains strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across the realm serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past, and all the trees continue to grow, and so do our hopes for a common future. A future that where we were not defined by the colors of bamboo rays, but by by what connects us, which connects us. Land that we all call home. For this is, despite everything, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land sprung forth from the greatest empire the world's ever seen, a land of our fathers and of our mothers and our children. This is a land, after all that has happened, still Orindia. Yeah, wow, this is pretty and Caleb Manning, right? Yeah, so it's not a shock that Caleb got arrested for publishing this. Funny. Okay. Good read. You learn, it kind of cleans up that history. I don't know if that really adds anything that we didn't know, but it was a nice piece of history. Okay. I wonder if I can get the classroom made more common. Key card hallway. I do want the key card, but unlucky. Oh, that kind of sucks. This only exchange like all of my money for diamonds or something like that. So that's so much money, so I kind of don't want to. Yeah, not. I probably should have just pulled random. Not going so hot. Two more rerolls. Take that key card. Random. Barium. Broken lever. Last room. Okay, let's go back. I guess. These early spots now. It's using a lot of steps. It's dead ends. Unfortunate. This globe is like on the floor. It's chilling. Yeah, I can't like draw on this thing still. It'd be funny if like colored pencils was like a con. Oh man, I really do want security. Do really want security. It's fine. Observatory is pretty good. Yeah, I guess I should not open that and we can just walk back for when I have all the rerolls. I have only one open door right now. Kind of rough. I just have a lot of trouble making the classrooms work. I'm out of gems. Yeah, well, I like did not get many gems this time. I guess I can make gems. That's what I should do. Oh, shoes, nice. Still haven't used that machine before. Well, I have gems now. No money. It'll have to do. Love to see the design doc for this game. Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty interesting seeing like all the planning that goes into different parts. Okay, classroom. All dead end. Love to do clock tower, but we're gonna have to wild this. We're gonna get trophy room. Nice. Even more gems. Yeah, so the way the classrooms work is that for every this drafting symbol, for every drafting symbol in my house, I can re-roll that many times. So like as you get more classrooms, you can roll more and more. But I need to draw all 8 classrooms from my deck. So it gets really hard. Like the more classrooms you draw, the harder it is to get it because there aren't many left. But you get more rerolls. So it's like interesting. Either way, I'm just getting like a 1. Gems are in the white box. The other 2 statements are both true. The gems are not in the blue box. Well, I mean they can't all be true. If this one's true and this one's false, this is false. So they're not in the white box and they're not in the blue box within the black box. I don't need the gems, but apparently if I solve all 40 puzzles or whatever, then there's like a trophy. So okay, classroom, good. So we made it back to floor 7. This is at the first I got last time. Let's see if I can get number 8. Classroom. We got it. Number 8. So the question is, do I need more than 8, right? Because the achievement just said graduate, which I don't know if this is enough. Foreign language. Learn Arajan. I learned okay. Okay, are we finally gonna learn this language somehow? Rajan prefixes, when paired with the verb, can mean I will or I won't, similar to olu. Do you need 12? I have no idea. So when I choose a classroom like buff or whatever, it only adds 8 to the deck. So 8 is just how many I have. But I know you can add more classrooms to the deck. Like it is possible to get more. I just don't know what is needed for the achievement. The achievement just says achievement just says classroom final exam is the description of the achievement. Okay, so when I see words when they're backwards means like the opposite. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's more. Earlier, Rajan did not use any verbs, so today the rare usage of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words that are mainly used to describe physical actions. Okay. Translate the following phrases. Oh boy, this is a pretty big step up over the previous questions. All right, all right, all right. Let's write this down. I'll make a new page for my notes. Aj is first. Ma is small. Av is towards. Nev is new or start. L is I, me. Um, Ol is will. Okay. And then okay. Lore is word. Q is house. Tray is tree. Yite is gate. Loon is water. Dao is day. Nai is night. And array is future. And I'm sure you can reverse all of these. Okay. I guess I'll just write these all down because I need to do the same method. So Ijor ul teach Nevlor. You oet elswim ajau le read nigh Traven Manue Trey. And they got 4 out of 6. Okay. Ajlor will teach Nevlor. Okay, that's different. Unless I misread the first one. Ewam Ovet. Elswim Nevdao. Reedlenai. Trey Brancheven. Trey Mantrunk. You should remember the Rajan terms for these. They also got 4. I don't know what that means. Acceptable. Oh, interesting. Adlor, Nevlor. Uam Ovet. Elswim Nevdao. Reedlenai. Ven Traven. Which is like different than what everyone else said. Oh no, they said it like in a different order. Acceptable. Manev Trey. And they got 5 correct. Let me look at the first one again. Make sure I copy down some of this correctly then. I did copy it wrong. This is Adlor. Adlor Old Teach Nevlor. Okay. So how did they agree? Sort of the same on the first 2, and then they all agree on the second one. They don't all agree on the third one. This must be Manevtre. It's probably Avet, not Awet. The V's and U's of this person are like the same. Okay. What is the takeaway from this? This one's a lot harder to parse. Should remember the Rajan term for these. Well, I mean, if I just go based off of like what people did two of, just do the naive thing first and see what falls out of that. Traven. Yeah, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Got these both wrong. And then 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, I think I have correct answers now. So let's see if I can read the actual questions to figure out what does even mean translated. Okay. And some have like a couple alternate readings, it looks like, potentially. Yeah, I got it. They're saying branch, ven, and trunk, because they don't know the Rajan word for branch and trunk. And that's why they got points docked for that. Okay, so but that tells me more words, right? Branch is branch, trunk is trunk. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that all lines up. All right, so first one says, hello, can you teach me a new word? So Ajlor must mean hello. That means first word. Which I guess makes sense. Ol teach means will teach. Really? There's just no word for teach? Teach is teach. And then Nevlor means new and lore's word. Yeah. New word. And then Kiwam, big house. And then Avet. I guess et means east. Okay. 3. L swim. So I swim. And then Nev Daw. So Daw means dawn. No, yeah, new day. Got it. Nev Daw. Dawn. All right, so these compound words down. That seems reasonable. And then won't read at night. Which is read lay nigh. So nigh's night. Lay is. I thought lay is you. Oh, lay means not me. Okay, not you. Okay. So, like this. So, not me will read at night. Okay, and then 5. It's like 2 different ways that are like listed as acceptable. There's ven, tre, ven. Ven means end or old. Then tre, ven is old tree. And the other answer that was correct was tre, ven, ven, which is the answer that they were like looking for. The branches of the tree are old. How the heck does that work? Yeah, tre, branch, ven makes more sense. Because tre means tree. Branch, ven is saying are old branches. Tre, ven just apparently means branches. A little weird. This means the old tree. Or the end of the tree, maybe? Tree ends. The tree ends are old. Okay. And the trunk of the tree is small. And they have ma nev tre. Okay. So nev tre is the trunk. And tre ven is the branches. Okay. So what was the word I saw? We saw Ovin Navarre. What does that mean? Oven, I don't know what it means. Maybe west? Navarre. Nev is the start or new, and array is future. I don't know what in means. It's not like one of these. Do I have a picture of those? Where's a picture of the big maps? Yeah, they have at sphere and or sphere. So at means or is west. Just think that's not just te or whatever. Just wrote which means clockwise. It looks like it's also on here. Rot is clockwise. I guess there's also Orindia. Ave Nivare. Towards something new future? I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know what Avin means. This isn't like enough information, I think. Oh, I see. This dot is for this. Understood. Similar to Olu, which they don't actually define. Okay. So I guess we're done here. We have these two. These don't help me translate them, but we got, you have Odgelore, which is hello. Olgo. No idea. And Nevdao, which is dawn, right? Yeah, I don't know Ol or Olgo. Or Araja. Okay. Do I graduate? Should I just keep rolling and hope I get something cool? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's all 8 classrooms. Keep rolling because I get something like weird show up. Like master bedroom. Clock tower. These are always nice rooms to have. Music room. I think I'll just take this. Not what I was looking for. The late in the drafting. It's a major key late in the drafting. But I guess I haven't actually drawn that many. Oh yeah, here's where the shirt is. Look at it, it's a shirt. We sure added it. Cupcake? Oh, okay. Rare food. Missed a hall pass somewhere? What the hell? Did I ever roll a... Yeah, it's my first building, so I guess I'll see what the I can get. Let's see what I can get at the lab. Maybe I can get like an immediate. You draft a shop, you draft a red room, you unlock a chuck. Add small chest. Add 1 gold. Yeah, we'll do red room. What dice are? Oh yeah. Dice are they let you re-roll. We can go all the way back to the start. This is fine. Really? You can't get the secret garden at the top. That sucks. Okay. Did not know you can't get the secret garden, I think, at the top and the bottom rows. It actually might be possible I just can't get the secret garden on the left side, but I don't think that's true. I think no, I've gotten the secret garden on the left side. Um, have I walk-in closet? That's a pawn, right? Yeah, and the queen's room is the study. Or I can go for the observatory. Yeah, let's roll for the getting the. I don't know if I've ever ran payroll before successfully. Assume it doesn't work if I don't actually have the room out. Oh, my money back. Okay. This room. J. Ariana. I don't think I can translate their name. Yeah, this nurse station has been fairly unhelpful, unfortunately. But yeah, I think this is everything's dead ended. I have to wonder if the what's his face dude, the fortune teller doesn't spawn, doesn't have like a message to give you. Hmm. I do wonder. There's something about this screen specifically that I'm told to pay attention to, and I do not know what that thing is. Bothers me to no end. Oh, there's a door here. You can see this. Observatory seems reasonable. I didn't draw any red rooms. Can reroll, but the observatory honestly is just fine. Getting more stars. Oh, sail. That would have been nice, but nope. No sail. Wonder if I should be writing down what I'm seeing in the constellations, like if there's a pattern. I skipped it, but it was like a dead end room, yeah. Didn't want to take a dead end. Checking the secret garden key ain't bad, but I think key card is just gonna continue to be my check of choice. I guess let me run to the front just in case there's like anything here. There's another door. Oh, you're right, the classroom. Call. I have a million rerolls too. I can furnace and just take +1. There's something I would rather have. So I just want like, this is permanent. Everything else kind of doesn't matter. It's way too late for the clock room. The clock room would still give me keys, right? Because if I force a clock room, I have like 5 rooms, so I'd get 6 keys tomorrow. I'll just take the permanent effect. Yeah, that's what I mean by permanent effect. Like, it gives you one... whatchamacallit? One allowance. Let's see if I go back to the original classroom. Does something happen here? In a timely manner. Oh, look at this. This person says 8 months. The time meant for the world, meaning if I'm still standing in 8 months, I will see you in a slightly less melancholic ribbon cutting ceremony next year. So this person's traveling? Who wrote this? This is the previous, like, landlord or school teacher. Hmm. 8 months, huh? Suspicious. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced I actually completed the achievement. Why just type this? Stupid as that is. Okay. Yeah, and I did not get anything to change my stuff back to the rook. So I'll end up like a bajillion steps again. I don't know where these cameras are still. They're just like invisible. Extremely hidden cameras. Yeah, I do wonder I should be writing everything down. What's that pernt pice buff? What? Eight classrooms and a library. Chess piece. Oh, it's a bishop. Because I just like wasn't really using the knight at all. So, but I think I'm like ready to go back to the knight. So I want to get the torch and put that away. That did not give me an achievement. No achievements. Well, I don't know what I need to do to get graduation. It might need more classrooms. But now I know I don't need to draw a classroom again for a while. I have wondered if I draw a mirror that like doubles everything. Like I place like 5 classrooms and draw the mirror room, and then I could draw like additional 5 more classrooms. I don't know if it works that way, if it just adds 1 more. You get the parlor a lot. Empty boxes are both true. The gems are in the black box. This is not an empty box. This is true and empty. This is true and empty. And then this is false. This is not an empty box. Wait. This is true. This is true. And that's like, yeah. So this has to be false. Empty. So this is false. So this is true. Okay. Wait, no, but then this is false. Empty boxes are both true. Is true. This non-empty box mean like this, the gems are in this box. They're saying gems are in the black box, and this is the gems are in this box. So these like are in agreement. So they have to both be wrong. Or this one's false for some reason. Oh yeah, because empty boxes are both true, which isn't true. The empty boxes aren't both true. One's lying. This one's lying. Okay, yeah. You want to tell me? What are you telling me? Uh-oh. I don't know what that was a response to. This is pretty... rotate. Commissary? Commissary. I'll be back. the lab. Even if it means I'm not drawing the commissary. Or the conservatory. Open trunks, eat apple, draft a hallway from a hallway, add allowance, add gold, add star. Let's go with allowance. Dang, didn't get it again. Yeah, in the last house? Yeah, that would have been awesome. But nope. No such luck. I do like this room. Like a hallway from hallway, so. I didn't get an item? Oh my god. Unbelievable. There's the western path. I still think that like going on the outside of the room is gonna do something, but go back. I'm saving money because I get something like really expensive. E. I wonder to try trading now. Pretty close to trading post. Don't have a lot of food. Salts. These all suck. Yeah, whiff. Nuance 10. Looks like nuance is green. I don't think I knew that before. Nuance is green, and then Vera is blue. Maybe I should just buy this. I have money, I guess. I don't know. Set security to high. Haven't done so already. I'm not on the car keys in like a fucking eternity. Yikes. Oh, that's a good draw. Dude, I cannot get a hallway from a hallway. Huh? Yeah, I see these two rooms are empty. It doesn't tell me which one has the lever in it. I also know which way is the front. I don't know which room this is. Is that this room? Yeah, that's this room. I wish I knew the password to the save. So this tree here kind of reminds me a little bit of the, what's it called? The map in the classroom kind of has a tree like this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so you can add a classroom. This is what I was talking about. Like you have an extra classroom. So if I have this plus classroom, I have 9 classrooms, not 8. Whenever you enter 3, the doors become unlocked. And the 4th is locked. Dormitory. Wish to focus on their studies without interruptions. Yeah, dormitory, I guess, combos somewhat nicely with the classroom because you go to the classroom and then you go to the dormitory and get 10 more steps every time. I guess I'm gonna add another classroom. We'll go for 9 classrooms. Maybe. I don't know how many you need. Cool, huh? Got the pump room back. Try to fix the water level a little bit. Buy food. Redraw. I'm trying really hard to get that a hallway from a hallway. Fucking finally. I think it's too late for the clock tower. Unfortunately. A lot of locked doors. Just like 3 dig spots right here. Unbelievable. Dude, every door is locked and there's like no security doors. What the fuck? You can do the garage. I'm still like running out of keys. Oh, okay. Well, I think the library common standard. Corridor's common is fine. Does he keep a base? What? This is already a common room. I don't know how to make this room spawn. Looking at the library standard feels reasonable. Corridor. Feel like should probably just be standard, not common. So it doesn't show up so much early. Your door's locked. Bad place to keep a base in a place you keep more I don't understand what you're saying. I'm absolutely being too owned. I don't know what the context is anymore. I don't want the prism key. Locked doors. Well, Great Hall can open the right door. If I think I can get to that, do I care about getting into the antechamber? Not really. I guess this might have items in it. Foyer would combo pretty nicely. Let's get the hallway, it's fine. This room is a conservatory. It lets you adjust the rarity of like 3 random rooms. Which is pretty strong. Vault. Warning room for more gems. Office is good. I can get the study. But I think I'll just take the gems. I thought I got the thing makes green rooms more. Yeah, I got the veranda. How does this room have no items in it? Yeah, so many dig spots today. This is not a good combo. Not really working out. So the kennel and the pool. I also want to go down the foundation. So let's just do the foundation now before I forget. Because I had the hourglass and I want to... It's not the hourglass, the magnifying glass. And I want to use it before I forget that there's like a spot to look at down here. Maybe more than one spot to look at, but... So I don't want to blow up that wall. Love to. North of Reservoir. Well, okay. That I've already read. One backup lever for each antechamber door has been installed in separate locations for redundancy. However, you've been told that the locations of this reserve system will not be disclosed to the staff. For each door? So there's... What? I'm so confused. Oh, this does say Great Hall. I don't know. For some reason, I thought it said foyer. So there's apparently a lot of backup levers. And I found none of them. Cool. Are there any other letters I wanted to read? I don't think so. I think that was it. Billiard room is working towards getting the... Because I also need to work on the billiard room to get the puzzles done. Oh, we have a negative number. So negative 15 plus 839. Negative 10, 4. What rooms don't I have? Room 7 and 8. That's it. I have no idea what those rooms are. It's not a really good place for the library. I'll take it. Okay. I mean, the thing I want is the book room, so I can buy the last book. But that's fine. Oh, I did get the study. Okay. I thought there's usually a key or something over here. Okay, so I guess I want to do these rooms now. Then I need to go back to the coach all the way down here. That's rough. Sure. Star. I mean, this is now pretty late. They said it's the hint. The hint is the 7th is major if you draft is quite late. If your draft is quite late. So, like, this is pretty late, right? Maybe this will give it to me. Starfish buff. It gives you 1 free star. Let's go for it. You didn't give me a funny key? You did. Okay. Sanctum key. That is indeed what you have to do. Oh, an office. Excellent. So study office. That means I have the full chess set. And I have a sanctum key. So we have a lot to get to. Is there a kitchen or a dining room? Nope. Okay. And like 1,000 billion dig spots. Where's this connect to? Oh, the rotunda, but the rotunda's facing the wrong way. Well. I wonder if the shoes plus the bedroom gives you infinite energy. I'm curious if this is just open. It's not. Okay. So you do have to draft the boiler room. or you don't get it. Okay. So I should know this one too. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay, Metropolis. Oh no, that was correct. Okay. Okay, 3 lines. Then black, I think is this. Yes. All right, 2 down. The three siblings. Hmm. Eight realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like this are ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never really been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan, and it seems, and as it happens, the road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black as a realm as is in its name, and a story I feel closely connected to. Wait, so is he starting in Fen Ares, or are you starting in Araja? No, I think we're starting the north one, so we're into Ares. Why is that in here? Arch Ares, Fen Ares, Raja. So Rinda Ares is 1, apparently. Fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark of Black and Realm's name store. Okay. The overwhelming amount of artifacts bearing the Orinda's Ares sigil that were destroyed after the war, Mora Jai puzzles boxes featured the infamous black symbol are among the rarest and most valuable collectors acquire. Thus, black tiles, when black tiles are pressed, the entire row shifts to the right, as if a train on rails. Then green swaps. What does yellow do? I don't know what yellow does. I haven't seen yellow before. Yellow seems to move up. Yeah, yellow. Move up. Oh. Okay. You go back to the other door that I opened. Okay, yeah, so Fen Ares is last. Is your effort drop in the consistency but I'm dependent on post. Yeah, this must be last. Okay, so those postcards are giving an order of the 8 kingdoms that they traveled in. Cool. Yeah, I still don't know how to raise this thing up. Yeah, I do need to put more water in this thing. I don't know what the deal of this tube is. Hmm. That tube is vaguely kind of in this direction. Not really, but I assume that just goes outside. Yeah, I guess this is the right way. Good day for allowance. I think I got 4 allowance. Guess not bad. I didn't get this code check. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. I also picked up the allowance coin. Yeah. This is true. Like a quick trip over here to see if there was anything I picked up recently that would give me a cool item. The store. I think the answer is no, but uh, yeah. If I could have gotten to the if I could have spawned the work room, then I would have tried to make the battery pack like a thing. Silver key, give me. Foot, which this is a loop apparently. The compass, give me. Okay, That loops. Okay. Neat. I did have the garage. I forgot I could have used that to save a bunch of steps. Make sure that this door hasn't like opened at some point. Still locked. Office. Not paying attention to where the rook is. Rook is up here. Use your new power. Back to the mansion. Okay, I think that's everything. We don't have an observatory, right? Yeah, okay. All the... I meant the knight, not the rook. The rook lets you... The knight gives me the armory. Sorry. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in like 20-ish minutes. I'm gonna just grab some dinner. And then we'll do some more. Do I have...
Alright, I'm back. You know, looking at the screen, I think this is the room 46. I mean, everything on the right side is not normally there. Like this stuff isn't normally here, but this fireplace here looks a lot like the room 46 fireplace. And there's like windows and stuff. Like just like some light coming through the side. So yeah, I think that's room 46. I don't think that's relevant. I don't think there's any information there, but $37. Slowly getting up to 200 gold. One allowance at a time. Our allowance is higher than our day count. It's gotta count for something. Tomb? Or schoolhouse. We just added the schoolhouse, so there are 9 schoolhouses in the deck. Let's do tomb. I don't want to do schoolhouse right away. I kind of want to make schoolhouse, make them more common. I do want this card, but do I want it immediately? I do want this a lot. I kind of feel like I just have to grab this when I have the chance. I don't know how I feel about these rooms. I'm kind of fine with their current rarity. I don't mind making this room more common, but hold on. How much? If I look at the mech, does this count as a dead end? No, it's not a dead end. These aren't. Yeah, dining room being standard is fine. I feel like it always draws around when I wanted to draw it. Mechanism. See, this room sucks. It's good if you have other gears. And Cloister's is really expensive. I think I'm fine with all these. I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts. Geist is a rather specific upgrade. Yeah, well, it combos with the tomb, so yeah, these all kind of suck. It's too wild. Trophy room. I love actually paying the trophy room for this because it just gives me a ton of free gems. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, I see. 4 to 8, 29, 22, 101 out of 110. Okay. This doesn't even have like a thing. Ace the final exam. I'm seeing 9 blueprints, apparently. I have no idea what curse mode is, yeah. Huh, interesting. These all kind of dead end. Um, I do want that. More diamonds, more keys, more apples. Slice, pear. Wow, got 6 different things. Boring. All right, let's go ahead and 10 coins, 2 trunks. What? Where's all this money that I left behind? Actually, I kind of want to make the lab like really rare, since I can just remote into it. You spend 2 gems whenever you draft archive. Whenever you draft a hallway from a hallway, gain a key for every 2 hallways. Add 3 aquariums. Add a chest. This is such a fun combo, but it doesn't really synergize with dead ends, does it? I did get Steam to the lab. It unlocked the mainframe, which is the thing that lets. Well, one, there's like a room with a very strange like electronic key that I don't know how. I've never seen. I don't know what to do with it. And there's a terminal which let me get a whole bunch of emails, which I haven't don't know what to do with yet. And it allows me to remote into another computer that I haven't been to yet. So that's why I'm doing the laboratories experiment now. I kind of want to do this. This is always like a really powerful combo. Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it's quite good. The mail just doesn't worry about it. Well, I don't know. It was good. So. I just want to take this furnace a little bit, but get more aquariums. Or do you want the key card too much? I don't know where all these coins are. It is a little worrying. In the trophy room? I honestly have no idea where those 15 coins are. It's so much. Oh, it's in the tomb. Never mind. Okay. It's counting the tomb money. They're not giving me... Oyster. This is a pretty good time to use the Geist room, but I also... Yeah, I should use the Geist room. Die. Good joke. More like dice. Just what a really bizarre room. Absolutely just bizarre. So many. I like basically never see the utility room anymore. I wonder if I like somehow broke it. What's with all these locked doors? The fuck? Oh, we're gonna get so many stars when you do this. Wait. Really love to be able to dig. Yeah, so like this also could have comboed hilariously if we got a I guess it's okay if I'm trying to get some dead ends here. This is fine. Okay. I have so many gems. Well, you see. Yeah, trophy room gave me 8 gems. I started with 4 between the gemstone cavern and the buff from the morning room. So that's 12 gems right there. I got gem in the conservatory. I think I got, where else did I get gems? Oh yeah, observatory. This gave me like 7 more gems because of its, I have so many stars now. Feel like there's some importance here that I'm missing in the wine cellar that I've never really solved. Yeah, I think there's some gems in the entrance boxes. That also makes sense because I got twins. And I bought a hammer. You need to be careful all these locked doors. I'm worried about running out of steps, so I'm gonna buy that. Apparently I missed this door. Oh, nice utility closet. Off, on. Dude, so many locked doors. I do need to draw regular hallways too. Undeath seems fine. Yeah, but I also still need to actually guessing that needs money, right? And I haven't actually drawn that many dead ends. Apple's fine. Door's locked. Oh my god, are you serious? I set security to high. Feel like there can't be security doors in an aquarium.
I'm trying to just get dead end rooms. I don't think there's anything to do here. Am I screwed? Oh, right, I'm not bishop anymore. Forgot. Dude, every room is just locked. I felt like I had a lot of keys, and I turned security up really high. Yeah, I think there's only one door accessible to me right now, somehow, because I just don't have any keys. I mean, I guess I got a lot of stars, so it's not like I completely wasted the day away, but it's kind of annoying. This door's probably locked. It's not. Locksmith, thank you. I still don't know like what the odds of lockpick kicking in, but I kind of feel like just buying keys is better. Do you need to be careful not to draw too many? Because apparently you get a new constellation at 50. How do I get around here? Oh. Past that. I'm going the wrong way. Room. Where a new. Oh, this is old. This is new. Raj Array. Taris Yena. The Eastern Rain? 32. Or does it say 31? A lot of these stamps have numbers on them. For some reason I can't look at this stamp. many dead ends am I gonna be at? Seven, 8, 9, 10. I don't have a lot of dead ends. Getting 20 is crazy. Mention the throne. What was the hint they gave me? There's something about someone on their throne. Seconds locked tight in the vault of a bank. That's annoying. I've opened 3 vault keys, and I guess there's just more vault. I wonder how many vault keys there are. I guess it's 8. The game likes the number 8 a lot. Yeah, held by a king of his throne. That's probably on his throne, not of his throne. King on his throne. 6 is in a station left by one of your own. And then last key is behind the last door. Yeah, don't know. I only have 1 door left. I mean, I'm definitely not getting 20. I don't know if 20 is even possible. No, it's not. Even if somehow every room was. 20 is crazy. Even when you like pop off and get a combo like this, it just... Yep, almost at 50. Oh, telescope. Have I drawn the telescope today? I have. Still don't know how to open this. Do I just take this? I wanted the thing that I could spend a shit ton of money on, but... like the showroom. But I don't think I have enough steps to make this work. Yeah, look. They want to buy his entire thing out? Impossible. surely it's after 1:30. Oh no, it's actually not. I'm actually early still. Tell me what this is a fragment of. I guess we'll just wait here. So the thing I was hoping to get was the armory. Let's try to get the armor. Memory standpoint, we used 8. I love that that's like this like meme from the game that's like literally just in the demo. It's like not anywhere in the game, like in the main game. Like look over our house, kind of. If there was like anything interesting that we could see. There's the driveway. Everything was relevant in the main game. Was there? I mean, I guess I don't remember. I mean, I haven't played that game in a really long time. And I never played the DLC or whatever. With all the, I don't know, I wasn't really that interested. I had fun, but I felt like I kind of got my fill of the game when I like originally played it. Like I wasn't really like looking for more of that game. It'll take a while. I like I somehow have like better leads on getting the stupid like inner sanctum thing than I did on the red letters. Red letters like still just confuses me. Like I think I'm like fundamentally not understanding something with them. Like I'm not sure. Like the hint is, if you count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. But like, what dates? It's not like obvious like what day is corresponds to what save. Like I don't understand how I'm supposed to know what event. Like even if I like know like, oh, this event corresponds to safe, I know can figure out that this event happened on this day. So I know what day to put that in. But like I don't even know what event is associated. How many save codes? I still am at just 2. I got the time lock save, which was very easy, obviously, once you like knew what to do. They tell you what to do. Like they tell you what date, what event they're looking for. And the other one was the Bodor or whatever. Which again, that one's that's like a trivial one. I assume that's like everyone's first baby save. And if you count small gates, then I also have the Orchard, obviously. Because I have all the permanent additions. I've found most of the saves. I haven't found all the saves. Let's see, which saves have I found? Yeah, there's a safe in the study. There's a safe in the office. There's a safe in the drawing room. And there's a safe in the drafting studio. So I know where 7 of the safes are. If you're counting the Orchard as a save. The Orchard's a weird one to use as a safe though because it like didn't give me a red letter. Yeah, it's only 366 days. There's I'm pretty sure the one in the drafting studio, there's a hint about something about like the many people who've sat in the chair that had their like portrait drawn in the drawing room in the drafting studio. Sorry, in the drawing room. But I don't really know to do that. The office has a bust of Count Isaac Gates. And I don't know anything about that person. I remember there being a message somewhere in the game about Count Isaac Gates, but I could not find it. So I don't know anything about him. And like, I don't know, maybe Isaac Gates is like, Count Isaac Gates is like some sort of pun, right? Wordplay, because there's like Count Gates, right? But I don't know how Isaac is like a pun on anything. And I don't even know how that gets me a date. How do I get a date out of Count Isaac Gates? So, the drafting studio and the study, I have no idea. The study, like I just have 0 leads, and the drafting studio just is the study again. Like I'm not even convinced that's like a different save, or just the same save. I mean, I have to go through my dates and see like what I'm missing. Is there a big and a small one? Yes. That feels like a hint, and I'm afraid to ask. Billiards, border. I'm like going through like my hints. I have a code that doesn't go to anything. The red card that says safe code is 9083. So it's not to a safe code. It's either not a safe code or it's not the right password, which is not helpful. But I have no idea where to use that one. Got you thinking. You gotta go find that room now. Oh no. Oh, I wonder like how the heck I just gave you an idea. These messages are the same. Okay, so this last one isn't a lie. It's true. Where did I write down these? Okay. So if they're ascending, oh, they've all reset to 130. Okay, that's fine. I can't remember I tried doing ascending and it literally didn't make any sense. Because there's a time that says has 2 matching numbers. Neighbors have 7. And one should end with 00. It's these ones. So it's the clock's neighbors. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. This one has to be a clock containing all different numbers, which means they have to have at least 2 of the same. This clock should not be set to on the hour, so it should be set on the hour. But the thing is, this has to have 7, so this has to be 7 o'clock. Wait. Maybe that's fine. If this is 7 o'clock. No, yeah, the problem is this has to have 2 of the same number. Or they could all be different. Oh, if they're all different, maybe hold on. It could all just be different. No, they can't all be different. That's literally what it says. They have to all be the same, or at least 2 are the same. With one numbers of 7. That's fine. It could be 5 and 5, right? That contains 7. Then this clock has to be... Okay. Hold on. And these clocks have... The earliest clock can be 5 o'clock. This has to be 5 something. Eight o'clock, blank clock, 9 o'clock. Clock's the same clock as another with reverse order. It has to be 8 something. Could just be 6 o'clock. This has to end with an 8. That's be 508 because it can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5. This is 805. I think this is fully constrained. That's crazy. I was like, came here before. I'm like, this is broken because like, well, I didn't understand that the hints because there's information I didn't have. But I was like, oh, there's like multiple solutions. And I was like, I tried doing it the other way around, and I was just like, oh, it doesn't work, so I give up. But then I like thought about it more, and I'm like, oh, actually, this does work. And not only does it work, it's fully constrained. So this is the correct answer, right? It's a good one. This is a good puzzle. I like this one. And then this doesn't work, and then I'll take it all back. This puzzle sucks. Seven. 6 o'clock. This is 7 o'clock. This is 8 o'clock. This is 8:05. This is 9 o'clock. Hey. Why is it glowing red? Sanctum key. Okay. And why the lights go out? Dramatic effect. Yeah, seriously. Okay, there's no open doors, right? So let's go to the foundation. I have 18 steps. I didn't get the fire, and I didn't get a place to spend money. Well, I got the showroom, but I don't have enough money to buy this one. This is a really annoying room to get to. Holy crap. Oh, I have enough steps. Shoes are putting in heavy duty work. I think the only way I figured this out still is that I like still can't believe that I saw this like the chest in the distance while like leaving. I opened literally all the chests and I was ready to close that gate forever. And then right when I was leaving, I saw like this tiny chest and I was like, "Oh shit. There's a thing." Okay. I guess I'll just open the next one. I kind of want to open the last one a little bit because the hint was the exact wording of the hint. The last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. So like it could mean that once I've opened 7 of the doors, it's behind the 8th door somehow. But I also like wonder if it's just like it's behind this door specifically. But I can't actually open any of these rooms because I don't actually have the book yet that tells me how to do this. I don't have enough to get back to coat check, so this key card unfortunately is gonna get deleted forever. That's fine. 10 triggers. God. I wanted to use this telescope, but I guess not. I don't think I'm gonna bother trying to get anywhere of interest. It's a pretty long run. I don't know, maybe I can make it, but I don't even know what that gets me. Just depends how lucky I am on my feet. Is there like... oh. Every time I keep saving steps. Still a real mystery. No, I don't have a... oh, I made it to here. Sail. Fun. What does that let me do? Where's the coat room? I don't even remember. Oh, here. I can go to the coat check now. I think that's it. The tomb is dead to me. They gave me like exactly what I needed. All right. What's this thing even do again? You can let you rewind time after drawing floor plans. So I don't really know what that means. Because I've never like had it and also could draw. I don't know, weird the armory like stopped showing up. I wonder why. It'd be random, but 13 dead end rooms. That's pretty far from the solution. 20 so hard. How do you do 20? What the fuck? Like, just considering like the layout, right? If you do the entire left side and the entire right side, that's art is only 18. So you like have to have a bunch of dead ends in the middle as well. I don't know how that works. See mask and compass. Wow, that's horrible. That's what you're giving me? Fuck, man. Shelter, hovel, fruit cellar. What is even my goal today? Am I just gonna wander around and hope something cool happens? 50-star observatory. I don't think it's gonna happen because I'm at 48 right now. I have to be like really careful because like if I draft the aquarium after the observatory, I need to not take it. Hallway from hallway, bedrooms immediately. Add one allowance. Yeah, allowance it is. It's basically how we keep getting more and more allowance. Eventually we'll get enough money. We're like at 37, so I mean. I only got 5 keys from the. I got 5 keys from the whatchamacallit. Oh, here's observatory. I'm gonna hold off just in case I get the aquarium first. Using the corner screen kind of sucks, but I want to get the morning room. Did Molly knock down? I was wondering what that sound was, but no, I think that was my roommates. Rumpus. What are your spawn conditions? You set the common, so like he spawns if he can. All right, here we go. Tell me a prophecy that I won't understand.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Faintly in the mist, I see a figure. A statue cradled in a courtyard of sentinel stone. You will find yourself one day wandering these paths, walking in the footsteps of the past, wandering and waiting, searching for a shadow that will never be cast, longing for the day to end, the hours to pass. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the
Well,
following
I continue to get information that means nothing to me.
nothing more to say.
These hints are always like, I don't even know if they're called hints. What is even appropriate to call these things? It tells me about things that I'm gonna do way later in the game that I'm like nowhere near doing. Want more rerolls? Keys? I mean, this is just gonna give me keys I don't care about, but sounds about right for a prophecy. Yeah, I mean, fair. One. Everything's just 0. What? Oh, 1. Yeah, keys. Let me head back to the beginning. This is a long walk. Classroom. Give me the key card. Ends reasonable. Reroll for 2 rerolls. Three items. Sure. Oh, library. Library's good, but I was kind of hoping to just keep stacking these hallways. Oh, why didn't I grab the aquarium? Fuck. So stupid. Workshop. You want the library, but I think the workshop. Nice stuff here. Like waiting for this stupid aquarium, and I finally get it, and I just like completely forget. Just give me the observatory. 49. I only got 1 diamond from that. I was hoping for more. Key. I don't think I've missed anything in here, but this guy looks so concerned. think it lets me build the fire starter. These doors are all unlocked. First time I've ever gotten this combo to work. Isn't there... Ah, it's over here. I don't think that is like honestly very useful to me. Sure. Still have not found what game mate is. There's only one true statement. There are... The gems are in a box with a false statement. There are 2 true statements. Okay, well, if this one's true, and this one's true, and then this one's false, then we're good. If this one's false, and this one's true, then this one's false. Wait. Then it's the same chest. That's funny. So this is true, or it's false, but either way, the gems are in this chest. That's funny. I wonder how many other ones were like this. This is... I like to try to continue this chain if I can. There might not be any hallways left. Still don't know where this one is. This wall is like suspicious. It's like kind of slightly discolored. The bricks here. There's like 2 places where there's like bricks I feel like are colored weird, and I don't know. I want something to come of it, and I just don't know. Armory. It ends it, but finally got the armory. Take it. Oh, do not buy that. Torch, yes. Yeah, this will give me an extra star, and I do not want to get an extra star right now. It's probably fine to go over 50, because it's probably just going to be 50 and a 1, but I just really don't want to fuck it up. Alright, I guess we're done. We're just going to head back to the coat. I want to check the workshop one more time. And then I want to go to the... Oh, code checks Ollie at the start. Yeah. Okay, I've made that before. I know two items I'm missing are like the battery items. While drafting, dowsing points towards rooms that may continue more items than usual. Sure, why not? And all the way down. Actually, we can do part of this right now. We have a shit ton of steps. Let's just use them. You can do the fire that's in the aqueduct or reservoir. So I don't know if these need to be lit in like a specific order. So this is actually the top. It's like this way. Does this match my picture in any way? I don't know, you can buy like this thing rotates clockwise, but room 46 rotates anti-clockwise. Like, what does that even mean? Alright, I mean, I'll just light them all. See what happens. Okay, there's no like order. Oh ho. And oh, I keep pulling my map like thinking that's gonna show me something. After waiting for a better part of 3 weeks for the equipment to carefully be hoisted down the cliffside on one piece at a time, the wait's finally over. Today we begin our formal foray into the mountain and begin excavation of the first tunnel, the first of many. To prevent further delays, Thomas Sinclair has generously volunteered to install a freight lift to facilitate both personal transport. However, after seeing his ornate designs, one couldn't help but feeling the Baron's delicate taste might be better suited for the ballroom crowd. Regardless of particulars, I'm sure my crew won't object to riding down the tunnels in fashionable style. Okay, and this takes me to the what you call the precipice or whatever. Cool. I don't think this helps me at all. Well, I have another way into the mine through the precipice now, I guess. Which I guess is nice. Cuz now I really don't need the the what's it called? I don't need the fountain drained anymore. I can refill the fountain if I want to. Because now I have like an alternate route that doesn't go through the fountain door. And right now, the reservoir is just set to a level that's like nonsense. There's like nothing you can do there. All right. Well, now I need to wait for to draw the tomb. Oh. I don't think this can possibly have anything useful. Every time I draw this key, I'm just like, what do you want me to do with it? I can't use it by the time I get it. I keep wanting to put in the code check, but all right, so we're gonna start checking the torch now instead of checking the security key. And then I'm gonna end my day. The secret garden also isn't even like that amazing. It's nice, and it's been like my #1 way to get into room 46. But yes, yeah, you missed that. I did it this loop. I kind of already figured it out because once I learned that the handwritten note was not a lie so I don't know if you saw that. I did the bottom. I opened every chest that has like all the truth and lie statements. And then as I was leaving, I like saw a chest like hidden behind a wall, and I was like, wait a minute. So I went back down, I opened that chest, and it's like a chest with a handwritten note that's red but telling the truth. And I was just like, oh, I understand now. So as soon as I figured that, I went to the clock tower. Well, eventually, and I was just like, unsolved it. Yeah, I just didn't know that handwritten note was telling the truth. I should have like abandoned that a while ago when I was just like, this is probably missing information that's critical. But I was like, when you're in a room that like you have a puzzle, you kind of want to give it a go. Because, I think normally I would just walk away from a puzzle and come back later. But like in this game, it's just like you never know when you're going to get like another opportunity, right? Oh, nice. I got a battery. I mean, the clock tower is a good room to draw, though, so it's fine. It's just pretty uncommon. Yeah, I think you missed a lot now. I have a... see, where am I at? I have 4 of the keys. So... we're getting there. I still haven't opened any more safes. I'm still, like... have no idea. Wow, study already? Just for free right here? Sure. Maybe one day I'll even solve that room. Oh, here we go. 50. Here we go. What are we gonna see? The inkwell. You may spend stars to draw floor plans. What? Is this permanent? Surely. Where? The hell? That's not the reward I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. They're like, you have a lot of stars. Maybe you should spend some. Yeah, I mean, I have a ton of stars. Like, basically have as much, like, redraw as I want today. If I actually just spend them all. I wonder if just having more than 50 is like this wraparound where it's just like, now it's like the same star sequence as before, but now I start with that. See, I was expecting to get the star spiral. That was the pattern I was expecting. And that, because I was like, there's a star spiral that's like mentioned twice now. The star that we draw outside. Yeah, probably. The problem is that this almost certainly isn't permanent, right? Like, this is just from the observatory. So I'd have to like get the observatory again, and then I could do it. Do I even want the redraws? Let's get in the storeroom, whatever. Sure. Nothing like more redraws. Wow. I didn't get what's letting me redraw with gems? Oh, I got the study. That's right. I want I don't know. Guess I'll just take this. One still don't know what to use the winding key for. That's not this. Spend a star. Yeah, I should have. The gems are in the white box. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the white box is true. Well, I mean, if these are both true and this is false, then that's just it, right? Box is false statement. I mean, these can both be true and then this is false. If this were true, then this is a contradiction, yeah, so. Yeah, okay. Remember car keys? Remember that being an item that existed? What the? I'm on the car keys, and like the car keys are just such a rare key for some reason. I just don't understand. Hmm. Sure. Red room, apples, bedrooms, gain gold, set steps, set dice. Lose 15 steps and gain 20 gold. They all kind of suck. Yeah, draft red room and set your steps to 40 also isn't horrible. But like I kind of have too many steps right now for that. Yeah, I guess I'll just take that. So what's the point of these logs? I feel like there's some meaning here. But probably should buy more gems, but the #1 floor upgrade is, as in like most popular or like the most so the question, what's the order of operations here? Am I gonna lose half my steps and then get set to 40? Or is it gonna set to 40 and then cut it by half? Let's find out. Yep, okay. Apparently, order of operations, experiment is last. Having this shortcut is probably worth it, but yeah, it's interesting. It's like the trigger happens, then the room happens, and then the effect happens. Code check being common right now is actually really annoying. They don't actually want the torch. Yeah, it's like the most favorable order. How long have I had a shovel? I don't remember getting the shovel. Whatever, there was nowhere to dig, so it's fine. Still interesting those are like permanent unlocks to me. Think workshop would be good. Yeah. I want to go workshop pretty badly. 100%. Pump room isn't bad. Locksmith isn't bad. Locksmith. See if he gives me a vault key. Usually be a prism key. I don't know. Whatever. It shows my stars permanently now. Oh, there's casino. Hey, I got an apple. Where are you? Wow. The fuck? I wonder if setting the reservoir to the highest level raises the gear. Or maybe setting the water levels to match the light spots raises the like who knows, right? Oh, this is full. These are both full, I see. If I fill the fountain, I'd fill the reservoir actually. Now it matches the set water levels. The dark spots are empty, the light spots are full. The reservoir is also full. Let's see if that does anything. Turn the greenhouse off, immediately get greenhouse. Doors are probably good. What? Oh. Every time I suddenly appear on the camera, it freaks me out. I'm like, oh my god, something changed. 2 trunks. Had 2 successes. Or activates that. Locker room, hallway. Find the roll that workshop. Tunnel. Sure. Do I want to make another red room intentionally? Not really. Dead end. Okay, that's not necessarily bad. If I can get the freezer, it means I finally unlocked a new thing. I usually hold off the furnace because I always get the furnace like really early, but you want the furnace next to the freezer based off the log message I read. So that's actually okay. It's just, it's gonna be a little hard to make work. Time to spend all the stars. Yeah, like right here. That's true. I could. I didn't even think about that. I could just roll it really hard. Have the study. I could switch back to the bishop. Yeah, prison key faces the same room color. Which is not great right now for me. Trophy room. I'm kind of okay with that being rare. These are both really expensive rooms. The freezer is blue, yeah. I don't know if that like works though. Do I want to make these rooms any more common? They're so expensive. I'm fine just getting the trophy room from like random draws. I mean, it's plus 3 gems. But it's just really expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to change anything here. That sucks. The more I go to the conservatory, the more I'm like, actually, I don't really want to change anything. I do wonder if there's a better way to do that. Wish I had some gems. Don't have a security key. Can't go up on this room. These are all red rooms. Yeah, that's like delayed, so I can like walk in and don't get the penalty. It's funny. Hoping to get this, does still feel like there's a secret in this room, and I have no idea what it is. Did I write that there's a goose in this room? No, I didn't. Maid's chamber. Not having any available gems right now is pretty rough. What's it? Yeah, okay, so you can't use a prism key if there's no on a blue door. Not shocked. Like, how hard do I want to redraw here? they get to the freezer? Well, that sucks. A security door. Costs her some more gems? I think so. That's the screen. Alright, well, I couldn't get the furnace to work. Let's go down the foundation. Let's see if anything happened here. I wasted a bunch of stars trying to get the freezer. The freezer is just so rare. Does it like have some like weird spawn condition? Oh, apparently this has a room name. Do I have that listed anywhere? I don't. Freezer. Anyways, it doesn't say anything. But yeah, there's like a hidden room in the freezer. Yeah, this isn't like raised. I thought maybe the water would fill this thing up and this would be raised, but it's clearly not. There's like another gear down there. I can't tell if that's like just aesthetic to help like obscure the view or. Something else I haven't tried. Kind of unlikely, but I wonder if the wrench does something here. I keep going here expecting there to be something, anything. And it's just nothing. It looks like it's like a room right there, right? Spot still looks like a secret. But Mm. Let me in. I have a hammer. Let me sledge. You know, I might. There's one other thing I can try doing. That might open security doors. It opened a lot of red doors. So this might be good. Yep. 28. Yeah. All right. So let's see if that opens the doors. It's just this one door. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just... we'll try to... We'll just end the day in the observatory. Get some of our... recoup some of our stars. That does work. I mean, it could be this. It was not. Oh, hey, rerolls. Look at that. What's up, Death? Eh. Dang. Getting the freezers seems to be a combo that I've been having a lot of trouble getting. I've like drawn the freezer like 3 times ever. Do the coat room. I have my torches in there still. 44. Watering can. Okay. Key's nice. Three trunks, bedrooms, gems. Gain a key. Permanently. Can you break a trunk? A trunk, add a trunk. This is a combo I've never done. Let's see what happens. Need to find one though, but hey, look, chest. Yeah, I want to see what happens when you like add a. Oh, I don't have a shovel. I want to see what happens when you add a chest and you're like right next to you. And can there be more than 2 chests in that room? Oh, apparently salt affects meals too. Didn't realize. Sale. Big gems, keys, steps, apples. Sale. Haven't had the library in a long while. Very convenient magnifying glass. I wish I had it for the clue. The Curse of Black Bridge. You got it, I think. The Legend of the Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm for versions of this tale that have passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious, impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of legend, and while details would have often changed, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic. The story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. It's Holly again. So this symbol is actually hollyberry. I guess I just realized the 3 circles is, I think it's supposed to be hollyberry, which like makes sense because it's like Mount Holly. The berry picker from Oris. Oh god, this book's probably really long, isn't it? Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number an unholy hound. The unholy hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of the society's worst in a time. Society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to a group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each far worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One of the such members, so-called hand of rogues, was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers in the war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind the churchyard, relying on nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain a pitiful existence. It's not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardship would take an easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry land, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of the Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to a vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings. It was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest to be alone, worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest trees. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying about being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience had its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his effort was well worth the pains. Surveying the patches of the new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed to be as numerous as stars in the sky. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched the berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over in joy. Once he had reined his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of his newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in his task when a sound of thundering hoofs interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage of gold trim and it came soaring around the corner with trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses that conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage; it was the royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away from the carriage as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind the bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming around the bend of my own drive, and me seeing an unfamiliar face in a place where ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket and allowed the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when they're presented with a berry basket. Any suspicion that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. Berries, you say, couldn't you have picked a better spot for them? Could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy. Jasper took his cue and finally stepped forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. You know, I have luck. I found them. I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It was taking me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jasper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while the response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location close to the Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem a little less believable here. Sir, I've traveled much further for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by a man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jasper felt happier for the responses and seemed to amplify the man's smile. I use often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far, and even then my father would always drive us in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jasper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste and memory of your youth, sir. How long is this? This is part 1. The driver chuckled and removed the one glove, bending over the seat to reach down the basket, and in a moment his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger in turn met his throat, cut through the superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged in a particular time. Jasper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you in the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find the purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted the search under the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing down the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down and then grant me courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession, I assure you, and my tender heart, for it was much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put the hands behind his back. Excusing the inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness that Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displayed no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you some clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a dark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed a passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed that Jesper had suspected. The driver's carriage was not a liveried servant or an employee of some greater master. Any curiosity of this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested upon the carriage back seat, a large wooden block box. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, the two observations were made. Totemic symbols were carved on the four sides of the box, hinting that the box was very old and likely not created by Irindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world that presumably crafted in the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusty yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing him from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open the box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed to a nearby rock, a sizable dimension, and lifted a stone to carry it back to the box. If there was ever a time a lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent down and opened the lid. Inside was a effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That one. Feeling his disappointment raising his edge, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what? You mumbling Agentor? Okay. I mean, I don't know if I know enough to translate that. In God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. One piece. He paused for effect. 12 more of you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put the end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper had looked down the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses, and he never doubted their validity in the past. But he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. He did not move from where he now stood. He could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries, a plan that, if he ignored its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities to help come along. But what good would that do, to be discovered here? Besides a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from the berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make the first step. His mind was unable to convince his limbs to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him. The answer is immediate prayers. He laughed his fortune and calculated a short number of paces back to the road, 4, but perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He had made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat. Appeared to be some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task was too great a chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took a second, third, and fourth, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it was most certainly better to be left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal he could be made on the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function is to secure objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to let go of his hand. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, then what care have I? And with that statement said out loud to the horses seemingly, Jesper took the reins with confidence. Wow. This really is a book, huh? Thinking about it, I'm sure if you want to do the curse thing, it's probably if you take money back from the shrine. If you steal money from the shrine, it's probably going to curse you. Do wonder what exactly what cursing does. Yeah, it's a literal book this time. Oh, that hand symbol. I've seen that symbol. These symbols are kills you in 12 steps. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. How could you possibly beat the game in 12 steps? That sounds like an interesting challenge. Feel like feel like that's not possible, but I don't know. But I was gonna say is like these symbols remind me of the symbols in the map in the school on the bottom. There's like I mentioned the boxes, a bunch of symbols behind them in the boxes. Um, the symbols look kind of like this. So I think that's what's going on there. Do I want to know how long this book is? Miller awoke to some light nudging from the familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken him in such an ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in this darkness, but she did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasing, then stepped back into the dim. He was already took one and had 12 left. Maybe, I mean, you die if your steps hit 0. So I don't know. After taking a moment from her eyes to adjust the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered she was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to awake the sleeping bandits around her like a hero in a book she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed the bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it had. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth in the cavern, ready to start her shift. In the Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back, calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered the braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and she saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to a rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There wasn't much room for maneuvering in the tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to their mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently, and the water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It's a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts and Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on the third watch together for over a month, and during the speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt a commodity before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, girls could see both the concealed entrance and the cavern, as well as the clear view of the bridge that had spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the southern mountains, an overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. And that day, the task was to ensure the travelers passed by without stopping at night, and the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmland and bricklayers, but to cavern house bandit, the source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expression, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Harvey touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but 2 of them were developed and extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her paws flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew that she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away. Looking back at the canyon, squinting through the leaves, the 2 girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sound of approach. Ravia held up 2 bent fingers, and a few moments later, 2 men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats and black facings, white waistcoats, black tricorn hats. They belonged to a local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to the leaders as soon as the coast was clear, but this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder in each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like a typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead, the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked the arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia had gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching that cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantaneously. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller had loosed her first arrow. She was surprised to see the carriage. She had expected cavalry, but she had finished processing that thought. Her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over, and in just moments before the vehicles dipped into the small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front 2 wheels and catapulted the driver from the seat. Utterly confused, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any of the horses were also approaching from the rear. Down the canyon, the entire horde of unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in desperate attempt to engage the unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox near a baited trap. There was no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay a far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a bloodstained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hem of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance was gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of the cave. But he still had thorns, honed by a grim past of 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he treasured. The mysterious effigy had found beside him served as an indistinguishable gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of earth, a far cry from the playful nudging the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also there. The sounds of scurried footsteps, the clattering of feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. And was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and the intense voices could be heard aloud. Louder speech than anyone heard in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave. Her eyes were now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek and the touch against her face. Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. The two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. 1 hour later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Frederick Lee of the Blackguard looked down at the ridge of the canyon and the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Ah, that's the end of the book. Okay. Weird. What have I learned? You love audiobook readings. I'm afraid that I'm not a professional audiobook reader, though. I was not expecting just an abrupt ending like that. It's like, everyone died. The end. Yeah, cursed item is very cursed. I don't really know what this thing is. There is like the symbol of Arindia here. Okay, well, time to make 1,000 screenshots. I did not. I don't know what I was expecting from this. It definitely wasn't this. I don't. I'm so. I'm so confused. I don't know how this is related to like anything else I know about. Can I please get the stupid room? Freezer. Crafting studio. Not a bad room, but please give me the bookstore. Bookstore. What the fuck? Workshop's actually pretty good. Let's take the workshop. Just because it's a trading post day. Nice. Spoopy curse. Yeah, something like that. Kind of need a place to casino or it's like dead ends. Wow, why is there so much money right here? How's that spawn? Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's the axe. Yes. Good find. Passage. I'm like out of money. I should just turn around and open all these chests at the start. Yeah, let's go that way a bit later. Uh, yeah, I'm just gonna start heading back. In theory, grind money here, except for I feel like you kind of need money to grind money. Why is like no locked doors? Um, Garage ain't bad. So let me shortcut. Oh no, I can't shortcut because I don't have this. I didn't turn the power on. I'm dumb. So I'm gonna walk all the way back. Alright, time to open some chests. Whoa. Okay, treasure map and compass. Key. Does that not count? Oh, I guess that was the... was that the third chest? Yeah, I guess so. Hmm. Okay. A lot of items. Got a key card. Okay. Battery pack. Gear wrench. Yeah, key card. All right. Okay, this should let me make one of these machines. Before I do that, I want to see if I can use the axe to chop down the barrier to the mine. I'm assuming no, but I want to try because this has just been, it's just been a question mark. Yeah, okay. No dice. Can't axe this. Yeah, I just got a second axe. Yeah, a little bit ago. Apparently dreams can be real. Should I get this? This room? Like a little weird at using all my like steps up. I'm gonna not open that room, I think. I'm a little concerned about my step count. Okay. So hammer, battery, lever. Power hammer. There's also a power shovel, I think. I don't have that item either. A stronger sledgehammer that can also knock down weaker brick wall. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to get to the, I need to get to the I need to get that foundation. No. Or check it. I can check it too. If I can check it, that's also fine. Yeah, just give me the straight room. What's that? Oh, look at that. Looks like the spot, but I don't have a way to dig, so. So there's this room, there's the God, there's like a whole bunch of like potential rooms because basically any room with like a suspicious like shape. Okay. Sealed entrance. Okay, I've seen this before. High pressure condenser, steam line, HEC, random numbers, steam line the boiler, remote power box. I don't think there's like anything useful about this. I already figured that one out. Excavation progress going smoothly. Oh, microphone got weird. And the crew's spirits are higher than has ever been in weeks. I believe this increase in morale is no small part due to the installation of boiler, which has honestly been a godsend. We now have steam power and no longer have to rely on raw muscles, scrape and leave at the clay like dogs. The new steam power hoists and winches are fully operational. We have been able to unearth over 5 times as much sediment per shift as we've been in previous excavating. Okay. Okay, so this is a hammer to break this stuff. So we open this up. Cool. So interestingly, if I can get the security card, this means that I can go straight to the foundation from the start. Let's see. Weight room has a thing. I've been a little suspicious of the maid's chamber, but that one's probably fine. Where else was there suspicious rooms? Wireless steam power. I mean, I just assume that there's pipes just going everywhere, right? Where else? Where else can I use this? I have 17 steps. I'm just trying to think of where else I could use this. I can't think of anything. I thought there was more brick spots. Maybe just the weight room. I don't know. There's a bunch of like hidden levers apparently, and I feel like the hidden levers are like hidden behind these kinds of things. Like maybe there's someone to break over here, but wait, didn't I already have a shortcut here? Cuz I can go in through. Oh, cuz it's on the wrong side of the river. Yeah. I could also use the foundation shortcut if I set the water level correctly. If I set the water level correctly, then you can go in from the precipice. That also gets you to the basement. But I assume you could have opened the power hammer from the other side. And so if you really wanted to, you probably could have just broken through as like your first way into the basement from there. I don't think there's anything like over here. I don't think so. I also wonder what the power shovel does. Your foundation a really good location for shortcutting. Yeah, I assume you can have it like really far north. Like if I had like a tile higher, you're like so close to the antechamber. Do I want to check the power hammer? I don't think so. God, I feel like I probably want the power hammer in the crypt too. This sucks. You have yours at rank 8. Holy crap. I feel the power hammer is harder to get than torch. Oh no, it definitely is. But the problem is I'm really trying to force getting the torch and the crypt at the same time. And that like requires having like the stars align a little bit. I don't know if the power hammer helps me in the crypt. It might. Who knows? I don't know what the the power hammer really helps me with, so I don't know. Alright, I guess we'll go this way. This box is not empty. This box contains gems. All statements that contain the word gems are false. Why is gems like in purple? I don't think I've ever seen colored messages like that. I mean, if this is true and this is false, then this could be true or false. If this is false and this is true, I mean, then this kind of just has to be false. That's fine. Oh wait, but this has the word gems, of course. Yeah, the word gems is purple. Before when it had like the word blue and stuff in text, I don't think it was colored. So this has to be false. That's blue, is it? If you say so. So this has got to be false, which means some of the statements are false and some are true. So then this one's true and this one's false. Yeah, I think that's how that works. Okay. Thinking about it too long. How many mechanisms do I have? 0 still. I can't even use the power hammer that's smashing these furniture apart. I could just coat room and call it a day and swap the torch with the power hammer. Doesn't seem like a crazy idea. And I just hope that if I ever get the next time I finally pull the crypt again, just make sure I get the armory. Anything to set fire near? Resell combo of stuff to get. Arrows on this box. Always suspicious. Why do you have arrows on this box? Occasionally find arrows on things and I don't know why. I don't think anything here matters. I'm just kind of curious. Red is nothing, I assume. Okay, yeah, nothing. Well, I was gonna make sure it wasn't a negative effect. Like, I don't know, you're cursed or something. Kinda annoyed that I couldn't get the couldn't get the bookstore. That's the real tragedy. Okay. I'm gonna call it there. We had some long ass story time. But temporal shopping center. That's like what I usually get. Alright, I'm done. Thanks for watching. It's been fun. Progress has been made. But yeah, until next time, thanks for watching.